Hello again, everyone. Michael here with Felicity, November 8033 Fox, a Cessna flight training device that I built at home. It is Saturday, the 20th of May, 2023. It's been kind of an overcast day here in central Ohio anyway, but I do hope your day is going well and that you are good wherever you may be around the world. It's the Cheat River Fly-In. That's what's going on this weekend. I've kind of worked with the Real World event coordinator to kind of do a virtual fly-in that coincides with their Real World event. So it's kind of a first of its kind of a hybrid type event. So I'm really kind of excited about it. We are going to treat this like we would if we were actually making the fly-in. Your boy QB, welcome on in. Good day, pleasure to see you. DreamNid, hello my friend, hope you're doing well. So we're going to take this one from the top. We're going to do our weight and balance by hand, and we're going to take a look and calculate a route that's going to include Zulu Victor. I want to practice the ILS approach into runway 22 there. And then we'll depart that airport and we'll track a couple VORs to get us to Cheat River Island. So without much further ado, let's go ahead and get things going with our weight and balance planning. I am going to need a couple things. Well, I don't have the actual weight and balance sheet from the airplane, but I do have all of the information. And we're also going to need our POH that contains our loading information. And while the for-flight weight and balance is nice, I am still going to do it by hand. I have my Real World check ride, that's imminent next month or two. I don't know if I'm going to have to do it by hand, so I like to try and solidify that understanding. So that's what our plan is. So let's go over here. I'm just going to pull up a scratch pad, and what I'm going to have to do is clear out some of this stuff because we're going to start from scratch. And we're going to leave our known variables. Okay. Clear this out. Clear that out, clear that out, and clear this out. Okay, KW for life, hello my friend, welcome on in. What I have here is sort of a weight and balance sheet for my aircraft. Taken from the weight and balance page. I've got an empty aircraft weight of 1,400 pounds, and it gave me a moment of 51,291.88. And we can call that 51.3 if we were to divide that by 1,000. And using the moment and the weight, I was able to determine the arm of the aircraft, because weight times arm equals moment, and an arm is essentially a distance from the depth. I call it a datum. It might be a reference point. Well, I guess I call it both. In the real aircraft, I call it a datum. In the X-plane aircraft, I call it a reference point because that's what it's built off of. But anyway, we have that distance and that arm, so that's basically a lever. So if we know that weight times arm equals the moment, theoretically, moment divided by weight should give me the arm. So that's how I came up with the arm of 36.6 for our empty aircraft. For our flight today, I would like to at least have one person with me. So we're going to put me in the... We're going to put me in the left seat. Okay. And then let's just say 180 in the right seat. So we've got a pilot and a co-pilot in the front. In the rear, let's just say I've got my flight bag, which I kind of like to put my flight bag caddy corner from me. That way I can reach behind, my seat and grab it from the passenger side. Excellent. I'm glad you're able to come on in. I appreciate your what's the word I'm looking for? Not attendance. Your participation in the event. I greatly appreciate that. So my flight bag is going to be in the passenger rear, and we'll call that 10 pounds, and then let's just say the same for your bag. Baggage. We're going in a fly-in. We're going to have a tent, some food, things of that sort, and let's just call it let's just say 50 pounds. It may be less, it may be more in actuality. I didn't go out and weigh my tent or anything today, although I possibly could have. So let's just say we've got 50 pounds of baggage. And then, actually, let's do this a bit differently. We can possibly use the floor area in front of the rear seats for some storage. So let's put our tent up there. We'll just lay that down on the floor. And let's just call that 20 pounds. And we'll just say 30 pounds of baggage in our baggage compartment. Okay, so we have that. Alright, so that's our that's what we're taking with us. So what we need to do is determine all of these weights. We need to add all of these up, and let's remember that our 37 gallons of fuel we need to multiply by 6. We're not using the number 37, but we do know that each gallon is 6 pounds. But since I usually take off with full tanks, I kind of leave that as a standard in there, but if we need to modify that, we will. So what we need to do now is quickly add up our front seat occupant weight and our rear seat weight, and we don't really need to add the baggage weight, but let's go ahead and determine. So we have 360, so we have 355 pounds in the front seats. So if we were to take what did I say, 355, we need to multiply that by the arm of the aircraft, or the arm of that loading station. Okay, so we've got 355 times 36. It gives us a moment of 12,780. Okay, and we could divide that by 1,000, which would be 12.78. And let's just go ahead and round up. So we could say that's 12.8. I'm assuming you would round up. I don't know why you would round down, unless it was below like it'd be a 12.74. Then I'd probably round down. But we're going to round up if it's above that 0.5. Rear weight, that's going to be relatively simple. 20, 30, 40 pounds in the rear, times an arm of 70 inches, so that should be 40 and 70, 28, and then 2 zeros, 2,800. Is that right? Let me double check that. 70 times 40 is 2,800, and we could do 2.8 for that moment. And then our baggage, we decided it's going to be about 30 pounds. And we have an arm of 95 inches. Gives us a moment of 28.50. Or, in this case, let's see, again. So we'll just call that 2.9. Okay, so let me do something here real quick. When I'm looking at my POH and I'm looking at the loading chart, it gives me my empty aircraft weight of 1400, but it's also giving me a oil capacity with weight and arm. So after confirming, I do know that our oil is not included in our aircraft's basic empty weight. So we're going to need to take that into account, and it's telling me that with 8 quarts of oil, our weight is 15 pounds with a moment of negative 0.3. So oil is 15 pounds with a moment of negative 0.3. And that, I'm assuming right now, has already been divided by 1,000. So if we were to, out of curiosity, 0.3 negative times 1,000. Would be a negative 300. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, yep. Okay. So now we need to add all of these weights and all of these moments up. So we have our 1400 basic empty. And then we have 355 pounds in the front seats. And then we have 40 pounds in the rear seats. And then we have 30 pounds of baggage. And then we have 222 pounds of fuel, because we are full fuel. And then we have 15 pounds of oil. Gives us a total takeoff weight of 2,062 pounds. Okay, and now let's go ahead and add up all of our moments. And I'm going to use the large numbers right now because I want to find out my actual center of gravity. So we'll do 51291.88 plus 1270 or 780 plus 2800 plus 2850 plus 10656 equals, and then we need to subtract 300 minus 300 gives us a total moment of 80,077.88. And then I could divide that by my total weight. gives us an actual center of gravity of 38.84. And for our loading envelope, let's just do, and we'll just make that, so that would be 80.07. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so we've already got our moment. If our total weight was 2,062, we're going to come up on our weight, and we're going to come over on our moment, and we're going to see where that correlates in our envelope here. And I can't really do that backwards, so I'm going to have to look at it. 2,062. So there's 2,000, then we jump up to 2,100. So we're going to be a little bit over the halfway line in these teeny tiny little dots. Alright, so we're a little over the halfway line for 2,062. Then if we come over to our moment of 80.07, there's 80. If we come up, 2062, we're just outside of the utility category, but we are well within our flight envelope, and we're kind of right about there-ish. So we can make this flight. As far as our weight and balance, we're within our flight envelope. Okay, let's talk about our route. As I said, I would like to make a full stop at ZZB at Zanesville. So we're going to add that to our route, because I want to practice the ILS approach for runway 22. It's got a nice DME arc, should be fun. And the reason I want to practice this one is for that particular DME arc. So okay, ZZV. And Cheat River Island is right here, near Ralsburg, West Virginia. We have at our disposal the Morgantown VOR. We have the Clarksburg VOR coming from the west. We're not coming from the east. I'm not interested in any VORs on that side. But coming from the west, we do have a couple that we can use. And then from Zanesville, we could go to Parkersburg VOR, and then head east to the Clarksburg VOR. That might work. Actually, you know what? Let's just do a full stop at Clarksburg as well, just because I've never been there. And what do we have close here? Parkersburg. Let's do a stop there as well. Alright, so let's do that. Let's go to the Parkersburg VOR. We'll track that. And then we'll fly over the river and hit Parkersburg, Mid-Ohio Valley. And then from there, we will go to the Clarksburg VOR. Add that to our route. We'll proceed up to Clarksburg. We'll add that to our route, which, you know, we're not going to go directly to the VOR and then make that little jump up, per se. We'll probably start, you know, heading directly towards the field once we have it in sight. If we're controlled, if that area is controlled at the time, by the time we get there, then we'll have to talk to or coordinate with a tower or whoever might be overlying that airspace. And then from there, we'll just head to Cheat River. I think that'll work. Looks like a decent route. Okay, so we've discussed weight and balance. We've discussed our route. So when we load our aircraft, we're doing you and I in the front, baggage, and our tent in the back seat, and then some additional baggage in the baggage compartment with full fuel. Okay, for now, what I want to do is what I'm going to do right now, just for the sake of planning, is I'm going to move my date up several days in advance. The reason I'm doing that is so that ForeFlight does not. Your boy QB, you are correct. We'll be on Unicom as we get closer to the field. What was I just saying? By setting your ETE more than a week out ahead of time, ForeFlight does not factor in winds into your nav log. So that's what I want to kind of look at right now. So distance wise, that first leg, going to be a heading of 136 for about 56 miles. Okay. And what I'm doing is basically essentially the same thing as laying a plotter over top of a sectional, but my sectional is way outdated by now. I need to get a new one. Okay, so that's all I'm doing. So we got 56 miles there. About 38 miles. Seven miles approximately. Approximately 55 miles. And then about 4. And then about 26. Let's just add 30 miles to that. I'm calculating 186 miles. ForeFlight is calculating 186 miles as well, nautical miles there. With an ETE of an hour and a half, we are going to have a tailwind, I'm sure, based on the local weather trend. So let's go ahead and pack for this trip. I'm not going to print out this nav log just because I'm here at home. If I was actually making the trip in the aircraft, I would have a printed copy. Okay, let's set our ETE back to today. And let's look at our elevation figures. How high do we need to fly if we're using this route? 1,800 feet, 2,200 feet, 2,600 feet. Now we're getting a bit higher there, 4,500 feet. And if we're heading east, for now, let's just say an initial cruise of 3,500. And fuel. We need to just figure out how much fuel we need. I know how much we're taking with us, but I still want to figure out how much we need. What did we decide? It was 186 nautical miles. See leg one. Well, we'll just use ForeFlight to calculate our winds right now. Well, no, let's just do this real quick. Leg one is 56 nautical miles. I'm gonna have to back up again. Let's see. Let's set our ETE again way ahead. Get rid of that wind figure. Okay. So we were 56 nautical miles on a true course of 137. 137. True airspeed. Figure we're gonna cruise maybe. Let me do this unit. There, miles per hour. We're gonna cruise maybe 120 miles per hour, hopefully. Wind direction right now. We'll take Mike November. It's 310 at 9 Earth. Okay. Then we can put in compass variance and deviation. And our fuel burn. And departure time is, we'll just say 1600. Okay, there's our first leg. Our second leg looks to be about 149 degrees, 38 nautical miles, 38, and then 149. And then, okay. Next leg. And this one, I'm just going to kind of approximate here. Take those little bit of shorter sections out. And let's just say 57 nautical miles and a heading of 109. 57 and a true course of 109. Okay. And then our last leg. We'll just say 30 nautical miles at 94 degrees. Okay, let's review this. My calculations are giving me a fuel burn of 14.46. M. Stein, hello. Thank you, sir. Hope you enjoy as well. I'll see you on the island there. I appreciate your participation in the event as well. It really does mean a lot to me. Okay, so I calculated 14.46 gallons, and for flight calculated 17.5, but it's probably factoring in taxi fuel and all that stuff as well. And Bob Valkyrie just departed out of OMH. Outstanding. Okay. That's what. Hi. How's it going? Good, good. Okay, have fun. Alright, so I think let's not forget about our additional daytime VFR requirement of 30 minutes of fuel, which is going to be an additional 4.5 gallons. But even at 4 flights recommendation of 17.5 gallons for fuel burn, if we add another half hour, that's 22.5, so 23, and we are leaving with 37 gallons of fuel. So we are going to have plenty of fuel to make this trip on full fuel. Rob Valkyrie is flying the Maul M7, I'm assuming, hand flying it in. Outstanding. Very fun aircraft, that Maul M7. Antonio Cano 99. Not that I'm aware of. But even the basic version boils down to, I think it's like $12 a month. I don't think it's terrible. I really enjoy the Performance Plus version, but it does come at a significant cost as well. Alright, so we've got our fuel burn, or we've got our fuel requirements. Let's take a look at ZZV. I have not been there, so we do need to take a quick look at some NOTAMs. So the RCO is out of service. Okay, nothing else there. Weather at ZZV right now, winds 330 at 9 knots, visibility is 8, and our ceiling is 4,300, so that lifted a little bit. Altimeter 3001 with a DA of 1,585 feet, so it's a bit higher than field elevation by 700. Okay, NOTAMs, weather, known ATC delays. I don't expect to run into anything like that. I'm not going to worry about any sort of alternates. Runway lengths. We're shooting the ILS runway 22 approach. So that's 5,000 feet by 150 feet long. So that does give us plenty of runway length. We've already discussed our fuel. And takeoff and landing performance, we've got 5,000 feet of runway to work with, so I don't think that's going to be a factor. Okay, is there anything else from my new craft checklist for Zanesville? I don't believe so. And then, yep, we're tracking the VOR, so we'll need to make sure that station is operational. And then we will talk about Parkersburg once we get to Zanesville. We'll kind of discuss that in the aircraft. We're on the ramp at Zanesville. So let's, our first flight is going to be to Zanesville. So let's go ahead and head to the aircraft and get things started up. I'll see you over there just as soon as I go fill my water bottle up. Alright everyone, welcome aboard Felicity. We are on the ramp here at the Morrow County Airport for Indian Niner. It's my home airport, it's where I'm training out of. And we're going to shoot the ILS approach into Zanesville, and then we're going to proceed to Cheat River Island, with a couple stops in between. Okay. We discussed our weight and balance, so let's go ahead and load our aircraft in accordance with the specifications that we've talked about. I'm going to go select my aircraft, and I'm going to go into weight, balance, and fuel. I've got you on board and me on board, pilot, co-pilot. Okay. And then let's just say left rear passenger is 20 and right rear is also 20 because it's not, I can't put it. It doesn't give me an option for the floor weight, but our tent's going to be in the floor in the floor directly in front of the rear seats, and your flight bag and my flight bag. So we've got 40 pounds in the rear, and we decided baggage was about 30 pounds. Okay, and we're going full fuel. And okay, those weights match up. Center of gravity looks good there, matches up. Okay. Total flight time right now with these configurations is 5 hours and 29 minutes at normal cruise. And that's an approximation. Okay, and let's go ahead and apply these changes. Our aircraft's going to drop down a little bit due to the additional weight there. Okay, let's do a quick walk around, make sure everything is good. I'm going to start with getting my lights on here. All of our lights. Get our flaps down. Okay. What I like to do is go ahead and check my lights, get all of my lights checked initially and first. So green on the right, and we have taxi and landing, it's good. Red on the left with a strobe. Our beacon and our tail light are good. And then I'll hop back in the plane once I check my pitot heat and my stall horn. Okay, pitot 2 feels warm to the touch, stall horn is working. And then I'll go ahead and hop back in, turn the master off, and turn all the lights off except for the beacon. That way I'm not running that Hobbs meter up. And now we'll continue with our regular pre-flight. Baggage door is secure. Come back here. Elevator, rudder cables are nice and tight. Elevator's free and correct. Pitch tab looks good. Trim tab looks good. VOR antennas in place. And we'll move along here to our flap. Heim joints feels good. Flaps nice and tight. And let's check our aileron. Okay, aileron's free and correct. Do a quick fuel sump. Okay, that was good there.
for argument's sake, we have wheel pants on, but let's just say that our brakes look good. And we'll move right along here, do a quick check of the oil, do another fuel sump. Exhaust is secure. Front strut looks good, plenty of distance there. Cylinder head sounds good, no sign of prop damage. Fuel caps are installed and in a streamlined position. We'll move right along to our left wing surface and check that out there. And again, same deal, we're going to inspect our aileron, check our heim joints, all of our pins are in place, and our left flap is tight and secure. Heim joint feels good, and our brakes are good there. Alright, our exterior walk around is complete. Everything looks good. All of our antennas are in place. And let's go ahead and hop back inside of our aircraft. WestJet, hello my friend. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Weather-wise, we are using X-Planes live weather today. I thought about using Active Sky, but for this flight, I want to have more control of our weather. If for some reason we encounter a pop-up, I need to get some of those clouds out of the way, and I can do all that from inside of the aircraft without having to necessarily get out. So that's our plan. Okay, pre-flight and walk around is done. Let's go ahead and get connected to our VATSIM Virtual Air Traffic Simulation Network. And we're going to connect as our Type 172. Okay, let's go ahead and get our bird started up. Let's make sure that we have the appropriate checklist for the aircraft that we're flying, and we do. Well, I can't say that I have enough experience with MSFS weather systems, but I do admire their VFR visuals. I just wish that they would support independent displays better. Okay. Alright, pre-flight, walk around, all that stuff is done. For this flight, go ahead and keep your seatbelt fastened. Simply because it's not a very large aircraft. You can't really get up and go anywhere, so just for safety's sake, I prefer seatbelts to be fastened. There's a lot they need to support better. Then I can probably agree with. And it's not a knock at Azoba whatsoever. They just... I got excited when I saw that they had a cockpit builders mode, and it did not work out for me because all of my screens are different sizes. So that only works if all of your displays are the exact same size, because you cannot adjust the zoom independently per display. Okay, circuit breakers are all in, and our alternate static air is in. Okay, that's good. Okay. Move right along to our start checklist. Let's go ahead and get scooted up so I can reach the flight controls. Okay, well, that feels good. Alright, avionics are off. In this aircraft, I do have autopilot. In the real Foxtrot, I do not have autopilot. So for all intents and purposes, our autopilot is also off. Car page is off. Mixture is going to go full rich. Throttle slight. And let's go ahead and give it 4 shots of, maybe 3. Let's try 3. 3 shots of primer. There's 1, 2, and 3. Okay, primer is in and locked. Brakes are on.
Clear prop.
It looks clear on the left, clear on the right, clear up front. Okay. Master on. Beacon on. And mag's gonna go to start. And we're looking for oil pressure. Here we go. Clear. Okay. We do have engine rotation. Oil pressure is in the green. Let's go ahead and get our taxi light on for safety so that we can be seen. Okay, that does complete our start checklist. So let's move right along here to our pre-taxi checklist. Okay, flaps are going to go up. Seat belts, let's go ahead and get those on. And if you could do me a favor, tug on that for me. Okay, thank you. Alright, seat belts. Flaps, okay, good there. Avionics. Avionics are going to go on.
Traffic, Skylink 2793 Golf is right downwind 16 Friday.
Weather, we don't have a reporting station here at Morrow County. Let's however take a look at Marianne's weather. Winds are 280 at 10 to 19. This could be interesting. Our ceiling with a broken layer is going to be 3,700 feet. We selected a cruise altitude of 3,500 feet. We may have to drop down a bit. Altimeter 3004, and that's actually what we have set from when we flew last, and that does actually correspond with field elevation here. That looks good. Altimeter's good. We're not going to have much of a crosswind on takeoff, but we are going to have significant headwind.
Center, hello, Houston Washington, 4124 is on for your steel. Okay. Southwest 4124. Descend via the Lucky 1, except maintain 12000. The altimeter is 2998.
Descend via the Lucky 1 arrival, except for maintain 12,000. Southwest 4124.
Okay. Right now, our current airspace is uncontrolled, so all of our traffic calls are going to be made on Unicom. We are on 122.8. Okay. We set our altimeter. We took a look at the weather. Let's do this real quick.
Good evening, Unit 300 Heavy, fly level 260, descending to fly level 240, no,
280 at 10 to 19.
Descend via the Olan,
10, I'm broken, 3700,
Unit 300, buenas noches.
18 and 8. What else do I need here? Altimeter, transponder, let's get that on. Let's squawk mode Charlie. ADS-B is tied into the nav lights in the real aircraft, so that's going to apply here as well. Taxi light is already on. Brakes will test on the rope, as well as our attitude and turn coordinator, but for now, let's go ahead and set our heading indicator to compass.
Descend via the Lucky 1, except maintain 10,000, the altimeter 2998.
Alright, descend via the Lucky 1, except main 10,000 and 2999, Delta 540.
Well, 2998, Delta 540, thanks for that. It was awesome. He was super embarrassed. I don't know why he gets so shy.
Yeah, man, okay.
Okay. ADSB out, you need to have altimeter reporting.
3796, 20 descent 240 at Lomar. We have.
And since I plan to fly an ILS
Southwest
approach
3796
into
Descend via the Lucky 1,
into an
accept
air,
maintain
into
12000.
Zanesville,
Altimeter is 99.
but altimeter,
Normal speeding cloud speeds
I
on your
think it's actually a requirement to have. Well,
the Lucky 1, accept maintain 12000.
no, it's not a requirement, but in controlled airspace, you need an altitude reporting transponder. So that's why it enables it transmits your altitude outbound. At least that's my understanding. And that's just what I've always been taught, I guess, too. Altitude reporting mode. Alright, I think we're about ready to go. This traffic here is coming from VATSIM. Looks like we've got a flight here. American Airlines 2, American Airlines 1.
Southwest 2824, contact 12677.
So that might be a flight of 2.
677 Southwest 2824.
Morrow County traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot at the ramp, taxi runway 28 Morrow. Parking brake off. And look at that windsock there. 369 maybe.
American 2490 passing 9.4 climbing 1313 south.
American 2490, center climb, maintain level 230, hello.
Alright, climb maintain flight level 230.
Alright, I'm going to keep some elevator forward pressure, because we've got a significant tailwind on us. But with winds at 280, I don't really need to do any wind correction currently.
Jessica Lowry, United 2074.
United 2074, across the river, flight level 200, maintain 300 knots.
Alright, crossover flight level 200, United 2074.
Center, good evening, Horizon 2437, vacating about 360, 1440.
Horizon 2437, center, descend via the Lucky 1, accept maintain 10,000. The altimeter is 2999.
Descend via the Lucky 1, accept maintain 10,000.
We are transmitting and receiving on Unicom. We're also monitoring Cleveland approach right now.
American 2490, proceed direct to Wild.
Alright, proceed direct to Wild, American 2490.
We're going to go down here to the end, and we're going to do a quick run-up, and go ahead and depart. But before we do, I do want to brief our approach into Zanesville.
Air EN 300, contact approach 128.1.
I'm not worried about holding up traffic here because there's nobody behind me. Two 8 finals clear. Okay, let's do a quick run up. Brakes are on. Fuel is on both. Trim. Set for takeoff. Flight controls down on the right, up on the left. Down on the left, up on the right. Elevator and rudder, true and responsive. Okay, instruments are good there. Mixture is in for best power. Primers in and locked. Brakes are on. We're going to 1600 RPM. Left mag, there's a bit of a drop. Back to both.
Southwest 21.
And right mag, there's a drop. Back to both. Let's get our carpet on.
2435 Southwest.
Alright, there's a drop.
You have one, please.
Gonna go back to both. Okay, suction's in the green. Oil pressure and oil temperature look good. We are charging. We have good fuel flow. Manifold pressure looks good. Let's go ahead and idle back. Check our throttle friction. That feels good there. I am gonna file a VFI flight plan real quick, and then we'll talk about our approach into Zanesville.
American 2490, center 2752, see you later.
Put our call sign. We're going to be VFR, type
We're close, but not
172.
quite. 2752, American 2490.
Lightweight category, we're slant gulp. We do have GPS on board. Our departures for Indian Niner. Our arrivals, Kilo Zulu Zulu Victor. And we'll file a new flight plan from there. Off block time is, we'll just call it 1630. Altitude, no. 3,000 feet. Let's just say 3,500.
Contact approach 2435, see you later.
Airspeed 110 knots. En route time, our first leg was our first leg was 56 miles. En route time, we'll just say 30 minutes. And we had 5 hours and like 15 minutes of fuel on board. Route details, VFR, direct, ILS,
2435, thanks again, have a good night.
22,
Anytime 2435,
approach.
thanks, Delta 540.
It is runway 22, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Runway 22.
Horizon 2437, approach 2435, good night.
Remarks.
2435, United Horizon 2436.
Center Southwest 37.
Virtual USA Flying Club.
320, clear to descend via the Lucky 1, accept maintain 240.
Southwest 3722, center to center via the Lucky 1, accept maintain 10,000.
Okay, flight plan is filed.
Descend via, accept maintain
Run up is done.
2999, Southwest
And what else did we need to do? We needed to look at the approach. Airports, procedure, approach. And we're going to shoot the ILS runway 22. So what I need to know is the localizer frequency, which is 109.905. So we're going to set that up here on standby in DME2, or NAV2.
4.0. No, that's not the frequency. Contact approach. I'll get right back to you.
We'll be right here.
And then I want to track the Zanesville VOR for a bit, which is 114.905. 114.905. That's the Zanesville VOR. Looks like it already grabbed that. Hey, look at that, 56 DME. So if we wanted to head there, we would need to apply a heading from here of approximately 135 degrees. Hey, look at that. Forward flight says we need to fly a heading of 135 degrees. Are we good to go? Are we set to go? Let's continue to look at this approach real quick. Tell you what, let me pull the power back, lean out just a little bit. Yeah, there's still no traffic here. We're fine. We're just fine. Okay. Initial fix looks like CVA.
United 2074, just verify maintaining 309.
And that appears to be 12.3 DME from the localizer. But we want to, in fact, let's just do it like this. Okay. We want to fly the ARC, so let's go ahead and pick up CNAB. How about that? Will that work for us? Can we identify CNAB? Yes, we can, because we can do that by utilizing the radio 298 from the Zanesville VOR.
Good evening, Costa Rica 4090 to 80 descending 240.
Costa Rican 4090, Los Center, buenas noches. Cross Cindy at maintain 12000, altimeter 2997.
Alright, new plan.
97 crossing the 1000.
This is kind of interesting. Okay, so it looks like I'm utilizing the VOR as well as the localizer. Sparky Pilot, good morning. Hello. So, new plan. Let's keep the VOR on nav 2, and let's put our localizer on nav 1, because my thought process is if I'm flying 12 DME on this ARC here all the way, all the way through, I wanna be able to see how that localizer is interacting with the CDI, so I don't overshoot. If that makes sense. So CNAB's gonna be our initial fix, which is on the radio 298 from the Zanesville VOR. So we'll come back to that. So once we hit that initial approach fix at CNAB, we'll fly a 12 DME ARC, which might be kind of interesting. Normally I arc to the left. This time I'll be arcing to the right. Okay, then we'll grab the localizer and come on in for that landing. We do have to go mist. We'll climb to 1400 and a climbing left turn to 3000 feet on heading 360. And head back to the localizer northeast course 040 to Sea Bay and enter the hold. Yeah, it's Cheat River is not for the faint of heart, that's for sure. Okay. So we discussed our approach. Now I think we're actually ready to go.
Maintain 12000, altimeter 2997.
2997 via the OLA, except maintain 12000.
Unfortunately, I do need to step out for just a moment. Better do this now instead of airborne. So, if you'll excuse me, I will be right back. We are leaned out. I've got the parking brake on. I'm just going to step out for a moment, and I'll be right back. And I'm going to walk, I'm going to walk that way. I'm not going to walk, forward into this big spinny thing. So, I'll be right back.
American 2066, descend and maintain 13,000, the altimeter 29er, 9er, 9er.
Okay, down to 13,000 at 2999 American 2066.
Southwest 3764, climb and maintain flight level 270.
I'm maintain 270, Southwest 3764.
Alright, now that that's out of the way, now we can go. Let me get buckled back in here. Scoot it back up. Okay, manual brakes on. Parking brake is
American
off.
1543,
Mixture's gonna go full rich. We're still on Unicom. We are monitoring Cleveland approach. Okay, and Morrow County traffic. No, November 8033 Foxtrot is taking runway 28. 35-degree departure, Morrow County. Okay, parking brakes off, mixture's rich.
Southwest 3764,
approaching runway 28.
127.52, good day.
Entered runway 28, 3,400 feet remaining.
We'll see ya.
Strobes going on. Let's grab our center line. Okay, here we go. Full power. Rotor for center. No need for wind correction with that headwind. Airspeed's coming alive. There she is. Let's rotate. Positive rate. Let's climb out of VY.
American 436, 320.
American 436, turn
And once I'm 700 over the field, we'll go ahead and make a turn to the left. So maybe 1,800 feet.
66, are you able to 30 knots?
Yeah, we can slow to 240. How's that?
American 2066, that's great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, 240 American 2066.
Definitely windy. Let's see if we can grab Marion's ATIS.
Automated weather observation, Marion Municipal. Wind 310 degrees at 10 knots, gust 16. Visibility more than 10 miles.
310 at 10, gusting 16. Alright, I'm gonna lift my left wing. Looks clear. Make a turn to the left.
it's starting to look kind of ominous out that way. Pull some power back because we're going to have some tailwind now. I don't want to get too fast while we're still close here in the pattern. Morrow County traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot is on a left downwind, runway 28, Morrow County. Ground speed 100. Then once we get beyond the base leg, I'm going to go ahead and turn us on course. Alright, I think that'll work there. Morrow County, November 8033 Foxtrot, diverting the area to the east, Morrow. Let's go ahead and climb up. Put some rudder in. We want a heading of maybe a 135. What if we decide we're cruising out at 3,500? Okay, let's get up there. There's 3,000 almost. Getting ready to cross over Interstate 71. If I remember right, we had that layer at 3,700, so we don't want to go too high. 3,500 should be just fine.
Automated weather observation, area visible. Wind 310 degrees at 10 knots, gust 16. Visibility more than 10 miles. Sky conditions scattered at 3,800. View at 18,500. Temperature 15.
Alright, so we got a scatter layer at 3,800. we are 49.3 DME from the Zanesville VOR. November Alpha Bravo. And 36.5 miles from that initial fix. My journey to people. Welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's been a labor of love over the last decade or so. So welcome aboard Felicity. Pleasure to have you. Ground speed right now is 127. It checks. Indicating 125 miles per hour. We are en route to Zanesville Municipal to practice the ILS runway 22 approach, and then after we depart Zanesville, we're heading to Cheat River Island to join the fly-in that's happening out there this weekend, both in the real world and in the virtual world. Speaking of, I need to hop into my Discord, which I completely forgot to do. Well, we got a cloud here. I'll tell you what, let's drop down a bit. We can't really be flying through these clouds VFR. Pull my power back, carpeet's gonna go on. We're gonna descend down to 3,000 feet. And that should keep us, above minimum altitude for our approach. Alright, let's see how this works out for us. We're gonna have to pick our course back up. We had to kind of go around that cloud there. So I am on to the right of that VOR. I need to go back left to pick that course back up. Let's just go ahead and do that now so we don't get too far off. Right now we're less than 2 degrees. I'm going to turn past just slightly to help reestablish a bit quicker. My journey to people, thank you so much for your follow. Greatly appreciate it. Knox County, dead ahead. Knox County traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot, about 2 miles west, going to be overflying the field 3,000 feet, Knox County. And once we're back on our VOR heading, once we're back on our radio, we'll go ahead and turn back that direction. Start making a turn there. She's coming back in. A little bit of right rudder. Let's go standard rate. Roll out. We're now 37.3 DME from the VOR and 25.7 from our initial approach fix. And remember, we're 12 DME, so that correlates up. I think 10-degree increments. We fly in 10-degree tangents. That might be decent for a 12 nautical mile arc. We might have to lessen it or increase it just a little bit, depending on how we deflect and how it works out. But I think if we fly in 10-degree segments, it'll work out just fine. I do want to thank everyone for taking time out on a Saturday to hop aboard and fly with us as we make our way down to Cheat River Island with a practice ILS approach into Zanesville Municipal, Zulu Zulu Victor. And what I just did is I just activated our localizer and put that on our active channel. However, we are still tracking our GPS to our initial approach fix of CNAP, Charlie India November Alpha Bravo. I think we're going to maintain 3,000 until we get to Zanesville. Reason being is we got that layer just above us. Okay, ground speed right now is 116, indicating 116 miles per hour. To figure out how to settings, audio, notifications. I don't want that beep every time somebody types something. Let's see, voice and video. Not what I want. notifications. Let's just turn off. Oh, that didn't do it. Sounds, that's what I want. Okay. Alright, heading's still good. We got a little bit high there while I wasn't paying attention. Enable the same channel message notifications. Okay. Sounds. Message. Just turn that off. I think that did it. Alright, sweet. Okay. That works out a lot better. How are we looking now? Alright, we're still on course towards the VOR. We're going to need to proceed south a little bit though to grab that initial approach fix. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and reactivate North 2 is heading of 148. Course 148. And let's just follow the GPS until we get that initial approach fix. Then what I just did is I put my VOR2 on a from course from the radio 2908 so I can confirm my initial approach fix once I get there. Because I would be looking for 12 DME on the radio 2908. I enjoy these DME arcs, yes, Dreamhead. And I think that's because it requires a lot of adjustment and a lot of attention. I don't know, I think they're fun to practice. Alright, so we're 12.1 from CNOB. We need to be at or above 3,000, below 5,300. On the arc, we've got 3,000, no procedure turn. Okay, so if we're 3,000 feet, we'll be all right. And we're not going to have to do the procedure turn, so we're going to fly the arc straight into the localizer. Today's winds are actually going to make it a bit challenging too, I think. Alright, we're 19.8 DME. And I think I'm going to bring us south a little bit and then circle us up to grab CNAP and kind of less of a sharp turn. And what I'm looking to do is capture that radial 298. So there's Mike Kev. Welcome, buddy. Thank you so much. Go to Mike Kev to develop the Cheat River scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator. So, welcome aboard, and I appreciate it. Appreciate you tagging along for a bit. Alright, so we are coming in there. Once we capture it, we'll go ahead and follow that in until we get to 12 DME. Okay, there it is. Turn inbound there. Very nice, very nice. Glad you made it safely. Alright, 13.8. As we about to go through this cloud here. Don't want to do that. I'll start my turn now, and then we should be rounding out at about 12 DME. Zanesville traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot is on the ILS 22 approach Zanesville. Alright, let's do that. A little bit too far. Didn't get that one. Rolled out too soon. Come on, get back out to 12. Alright, let's start it here. Bob Valkyrie, thanks for hanging out and coming in today, flying the event. So by constantly adjusting my VOR2 and my heading bug, we're trying to fly the arc in tangents. It's just a matter of figuring out what tangent, how many degrees it needs to be to maintain 12.0.
The wind actually seems pretty decent for the runway today. I was concerned it wasn't going to be, and I shied away from landing the Twin Comanche here because I thought it might be a tailwind, but it looks like it would have been a decent landing today for that plane.
Yeah, I mean, I had an awesome landing if I started up, even though I started out a little high. Thinking of taking another go at it.
I'm glad to hear you guys made it down all right.
Yeah, I had full intentions of flying the Twin Comanche down here, but then yesterday, doing a couple of practice runs and looking at the weather for today and I thought the winds were going to be not so conducive. I thought it might be, like a quartering tailwind kind of situation. And there's no way I wanted to try and land that twin here with a tailwind, so I brought the Cessna instead. But worked out nice. It's been a great flight, great day.
Oh, here he is. He's coming in.
Alright, we're still 12 DME. I've switched this over to the ILS, so once that captures, we'll fly the approach there.
I wonder what he's coming around for.
Might have been a little high.
Yeah, looks like he was set up a little bit though. I mean, I would have accepted that win.
For those that have already landed, please don't forget to put your information in the attendance channel.
What were you saying about the channel?
I said for those that have already landed, please don't forget to put your information in the attendance channel.
Got it.
Alright, we're still 12 DME. Alright, so it seems like 4-degree tangents seem to be working out alright for this arc.
Do they want us taking off 18 or 30?
All departures are to be done runway 12.
Sorry, 12. Pop is doing the dive technique.
Works great until you reach the end of the runway.
Hate to say it, but we might have to clear some of these clouds out for the rest of our trip out there. We'll see.
That was honestly impressive.
I'll tell you what, the Ohio Pilots Facebook group people were nice, or were correct when they said this was a long approach.
Yeah,
it seems like a long approach.
Nice.
All 4 of those were great landings.
Alright, we're grabbing the localizer. I asked around on the Facebook group Ohio Pilots for some DME arc approaches
probably
close to home. This was one of them here.
Take off.
Oh man, man, we're in the soup, huh? Car repeats on. We do have our localizer. We're not established, but we are starting to come in slightly. And we're at or above 3,000. Yes, we are. When I said I wanted to practice the ILS approach, I didn't necessarily mean in instrument conditions. But since we have it, we're going to go ahead and use it at least down to the runway, then I'll probably clear these out.
Okay guys, I'm going to disconnect and cut out of here. This was a great event, and Michael, thank you so much for pulling this together with everything you did, creating scenery and putting things together with the Real World Cheat Island event today. This was fantastic. Thank you.
You are quite welcome, and it was definitely my pleasure, and thank you so much for coming in and flying today.
See you again for sure.
We're a little bit low, get back up there. Okay, we're starting to come in. Let's roll on to a heading of 220. Let's intercept that localizer.
Man, maybe a northbound departure wasn't a good idea.
We're almost there. Okay, let's maintain here. Where are we at? 3,000 feet. Let's just hang out here for a little while longer until we get established some more. There we are. We're going to stay at 3,000 until we pick up the vertical guidance. Which looks like it's going to be Seabay. Zanesville traffic, November 033 Foxtrot is on the ILS, final approach runway 22 Zanesville. Alright, a little bit to the right now. Let's get back over there. Alright, let's just tell you what, I'm going to pause this for just a second. And we're going to do this. Alright, so we're going under the hood, and we are going to follow our localizer and see how we do. Let's see here, how do I want to do this? I'd like to know my distance too. Okay, here we go. We'll do it like that. So we'll swap that over, And then that should at least give me DME to the localizer. So when we're pretty close, then I'll take the blinders off. Okay, here we go. Okay. Alright, so we're 7.9 DME from the localizer, it looks like, and it looks like I'm a little bit right now. Okay, there's our vertical. So let's go ahead and initiate a descent. Carpeet's on. We want maybe a 500 foot per minute descent. A little bit high. A little bit right. Alright, we're high and we're to the left of our localizer. Get down there. A little bit left. Alright, let's just maintain a descent right here. Alright, tell you what, I don't want to do flaps yet. A little bit left, a little bit high. Oh, a little bit low.
Three-mile final runway 22.
Oh, that's comforting. A little bit high, a little bit left. A little bit high. What's our airspeed? A little bit high. 2.2 miles out. Okay, give me flaps 10. Oh, there's a bubble up. A little bit left. Alright. We're a lot left and we're a lot high. Alright, blinders are coming off. Oh yeah, we were way, way out. That was definitely a fail in any check ride, I would imagine. Zanesville traffic, November 2033 Foxtrot, missed approach, Zanesville. Alright, so we're going to circle back around and land runway 22. While we do that, I want to go ahead and pull up our weather information. Zanesville 114.905. What? Why can I not grab that frequency? Pattern altitude's 1900. Flaps going up. Well, at least the arc wasn't terrible. I lift my left wing, looks clear. We're going to circle the land, just in the pattern here. We're not going to fly the missed approach. Zanesville traffic, November 33 Foxtrot, midfield, left downwind, runway 22, full stop, Zanesville. Yeah, I wasn't going to try and stick that one where we popped out at. Being the numbers, power back, 1600, curb heat on, and in the white arc, let's get flaps 10 and pitch for 80. Okay, there's a good 45. Let's go left base. Zanesville traffic, November 33 Foxtrot, turning left base, runway 22, full stop, Zanesville. And then looking for maybe 75 on base. Winds are 270 at Niner. A little bit of crosswind coming in. Times 2. Zanesville traffic, November 33 Foxtrot, left base to final approach 22, full stop, Zanesville. Just slipping in. Alright, right rudder, wind correction, straighten our plane. We need the upwind wheel to touch down first. had the opposite effect of what I wanted. Did I have the wrong wind correction in there? Whoop. Up, up. Hold on, hold on. What was that? Well, we didn't contact anything, but that was horrible. Oh, look at that, a wind shear. Alright, let's go ahead and exit, taxi back, and take back off, and proceed on to Cheat River. Alright, Zanesville traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot is clear runway 22, Zanesville. Alright, let's clean up our cockpit at least. Yeah, I thought I had everything good. I thought it was coordinated. I thought I had my upwind wheel down. It just, I don't know. Okay, let's see. Strobes back off for now. Flaps back up. And let's taxi back. Well, the wind was supposed to be 270 at Niner. But again, we reverted to explain weather today. We're not using active sky, so that may not be the most accurate. And I'm pretty sure I didn't have any brakes applied when we touched down. I don't know, I might have had too much rudder in, but I didn't feel like that when we were, you know, in the air there.
Approaching runway 22.
Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. I will be right back. Let's lean out for a little bit. Leave the aircraft running for now. Set our parking brake. And I'll be right back. Alright. Here we are at the ramp, well, at the runway 22 threshold actually, at Zanesville Municipal, Zulu Victor. And we'll go ahead and depart and finish making our way to Cheat River. Let's just make sure where we at on our checklist here. And we're reconfigured for takeoff. Yeah. Trims for takeoff. Flaps up. Okay, carpeets off. Let's get our mixture back to full rich. Let's get our parking brake off. Brakes on. Double set our heading indicator to compass. Make sure that hasn't drifted at all. And let's check our altimeter to field elevation here, which is 900 feet. That looks good there. Okay. Okay, so we flew the arc, and we tried the approach on the blinders. I don't know, I guess I feel like it was a horrible approach, but looking at the line, you know, I don't think it's awful. It still seems like it was relatively straight. Although I feel like I had to correct a lot, and I don't know if that was just due to the wind or not. But once I popped out, you know, it was just too high, too hot. I wasn't gonna attempt it, so we did go around. And we'll go ahead and take back off, and we're just gonna track the VOR here, Parkersburg, and that's 114.45. So I want to go ahead and get that set up. And it already picked it up. Melvin, glad you made it in, my friend. Always a pleasure. For those that don't know Melvin Leroy, please go check out his channel. Give him a follow. Has some excellent content. Okay, we're heading to the VOR. So from here, looks like I'm gonna want a heading of about, you know, 149er. That might change once we depart here. That's our plan, Parkersburg VOR, with 38.7 DME from it. Zanesville traffic, November 833 Foxtrot, taking runway 22, left downwind departure to the east, Zanesville. So before we do that, let's just see and confirm this is the actual station we're getting here. Okay, so that does match up. That station is operational. Original Godspeed, welcome aboard. It's going pretty well. We just landed at Zanesville Municipal, southeast Ohio. I wanted to practice an ILS approach. And we'll get ready to take back off and head to Cheat River by way of VOR to VOR. So, next one's 38.7 DME. Here we go. Carpeets off. Okay, trims, take off, brakes off. Okay, strobes going on. Everything else is on. Taxi light.
Approaching runway 22.
Now the
Enter
light.
runway 22, 4,900 feet remaining.
Center line, let's assume winds out of 280. A little bit of wind correction in there. Rudder. Neutral. Airspeed and rotate. And we're up. Positive rate. Winds are coming from the west there, so let's keep some wind correction in so we can stay over the runway here. 900 plus 7 is 1500, so I can turn on course about 1500. That looks good there. Let's lift my left wing. It looks clear. Zanesville traffic, November 033 Foxtrot, turning left crosswind 22 Zanesville. That's good to hear. I tried Windows 11 when it came out, and nothing really worked well for me after that, so I did have to revert back to Windows 10. I'm perfectly fine with that. Okay. Look at that, a crosswind kind of puts us right on course. I think for now, I want to keep us about 2,000 feet. That should keep us out of those layers above. Heading 140 is what I want to fly. That's the view of our station we're going to track. .34.5 DME from that particular VOR. Parkersburg VOR. Ground speed right now is 116, indicating 125 miles per hour. What's on our cruise checklist? Power mixture instruments. Everything looking good. Oil pressure's in the green. Oil temperature's good. Got good fuel flow still. Outstanding, M. Stein. Outstanding. I'm glad you made it safely. I'm glad everyone is making it safely. I haven't heard any reports of any bent airframes yet. And you're quite welcome. It's always a pleasure. I really enjoy doing these types of things. It even makes things better, or more satisfying for me when I can get the real aviation community involved in helping, and the information I'm getting. It really kind of helped with me organizing this for the Virtual USA Flying Club. And it really helped with me putting the scenery together for X-Plane. So, yeah, I'm glad that you had fun, and that you made it to the island safely. Okay, 30.4 DME from Parkersburg. completely forgot to file a new flight plan, so what I need to do for now is go ahead and disconnect from the VATSIM network. So that I can file a flight plan. Can't really do that when I'm in the air. So we'll give it a couple minutes for it to update on the network. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go here. Dawson Air Force Base is the closest charter, if I can remember correctly. I think that's what we're filing our flight plan to, Dawson 3G5. I think that's what I wanted to use. Okay. En route time. So update that information there. Alright, flight plan filed successfully. So now the server has that, so now I can go ahead and connect back to VATSIM to have that active. Center, Cleveland Center. Let's see here. What type of coverage do we have? Can we get ATC right now? Get traffic advisories? Let's find out. Yep, we do have Indy Center online.
Coming through flight level 2004340. Delta 2853, Indy Center, good after answer. Maintain level 340. 340, Delta 2853.
I think I want to go check this airport out anyway. Mid-Ohio Valley. Indianapolis Center, November 8033 Foxtrot.
Number 8033 Foxtrot, Indy, go ahead.
Good day, sir. Type 172, slant golf, 2,000 feet, 21.3 northwest. of the Parkersburg VOR. I'd like to land at Mid-Ohio Valley Regional.
Roger, November 8033 Foxtrot. I believe it's going to be on control, but if you want 5 mile, I can certainly get it to you.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a flight following our traffic advisories to Parkersburg, November 33 Foxtrot.
Correction, November 8033 Foxtrot, squawk 6601.
6601, November 8033 Foxtrot. Yeah, I don't know why, I thought it was, I thought they had a tower in operation today here.
Number 8033 Foxtrot, the Parkersburg altimeter 3002, and you are radar contact 20 miles north and west of the Parkersburg VOR at 2100.
Position checks, November 8033 Foxtrot. Tower 0700 to 2300. That's alright. Alright, ground speed right now 110, indicating 115 miles per hour. Cruising along at 2,000 feet. Trying to stay underneath that cloud layer we got above us. Heading directly to the Parkersburg VOR. Probably gonna be doing a touch and go at Parkersburg. We'll see. Gives us a runway of 21 and 03, or 28 and 10. Looks like 21 is their longer runway. Currently in VFR there. Runway 0321, 7,240 feet long by 150 feet wide. We've got a 4,000 foot runway east to west.
1528, Andy Center, good afternoon. Clear to land at Hartsville Airport. Kimlin 5, departure of Lexington, transition is filed. Climb and maintain 6,000, expect level 37010 minutes after departure. Is this frequency, squawk 4054. Down 1528, 3 back is correct, 386 right for departure, push and start, your discretion, advise ready to taxi.
Let's see, field elevations.
For 8033 Fox, you can enter a left downwind runway 3.
Enter the left downwind runway 3, November 8033 Fox. Alright, there we go. So we have our,
Just 1171, thank you.
we have our approach, left downwind, runway 3.
Taxi via Kilo Delta cleared to cross 29er at Delta.
That'll work out just fine. Yep. So when we're a couple miles shy of the VOR, we'll go ahead and make a right turn. And that'll put us on the left downwind of runway 3 at Parkersburg.
The Charleston VOR. UPS 10 Heavy, Indy Center, very good afternoon. Squawk 2111 and ident, please. 2111 and ident for UPS 10 Heavy. Delta 2698, thank you for Alpha, clear to land Hartsville Airport, Kentland 5, departure Lexington, transmission is filed, climb and maintain 6000, expect available tree 50, 10 minutes after departure is this frequency, squawk 1446. Delta 798, I gave you the wrong squawk. Your repack is correct, but the squawk code will be 6710. My apologies. Delta 798, thank you. Runway 36, right for departure. Push your start, your discretion, advise ready taxi. GPS 10, heavy radar contact, 25 miles to the east of the Charleston VOR, level 400. Descend across mod at 10,000, 10,000.
Alright, situational awareness.
3007.
We're moving along right around 2,100 feet.
3007.
A little bit low, trying to stay out of that cloud layer. 2,400 RPM.
10 heavy, 35, left or right, let me take preference. UPS 10
Oil pressure, oil temperature, good.
You can expect that.
Alright, we're a little bit right of our VOR radial now. Well, we're left of the radial.
Delta 2698, Indy Center, good afternoon. New York, clear to land at Hartsville Airport, coming in at 5, departure Lexington, transition is filed. Climb and maintain 6000, expect available tree 5010 minutes after departure is this frequency, squawk 1446.
Yeah, see, you can't really get more immersive than that M9. Taking off from home, flying to Cheat River, the same day, the real world flying.
Is correct, 36 right for departure, push and start your discretion, and I was ready to taxi.
We are 10 miles from Parkersburg Airport. I don't have the beacon yet. But we're going to be joining a left downwind for runway 13, or runway 3, I meant to say. So this is sort of putting us on a decent 45 to join that downwind. And it looks like it's going to be just across the river. South of the river on the part that is sticking up. And I think I see it right there. When I say a part that's sticking up, it kind of juts up. The river juts up and that land mass is kind of right there.
Last Delta in 4.1 miles.
24.35.
Mid-Ohio Valley Regional Information Sierra 1940 Zulu Special. Wind light and variable. Visibility 5 miles. Rain. Sky conditions scattered at 2,100. Scattered at 2,400. Broken at 20,500. Temperature 17. Dew point 13. Altimeter 3001. Arriving runway 21. Departing runway 21. Advise on initial contact. You have Information Sierra.
This 1171 is the wind at Louisville, tree 00 at 10 on app currents 35 rate. You're clear for takeoff. Absolutely, you said cancel takeoff clearance, flight is ready for takeoff. No, Delta 1153 on Indiana Center. Delta 1153.
I don't have the field yet.
Good afternoon, squawk 1442.
We're 5.7 miles from it.
1442, Delta 1140,
But we don't have, I don't have contact with it yet.
Squawk, the code 1442, Delta 1153.
Alright, there's an interstate. Looks like airport's gonna be to the east of the interstate. Okay, now I think alright. The airport environment.
Radar contact 60 miles to the east of the Charleston View Lock Level Tree 60. Good afternoon.
Airport environment is now in sight. We're on a good, well, kind of 50 degree, 60 degree into the downwind runway 3. Pattern is 1859. Looks like it's going to be left. Well, he gave me left traffic. And runway 3 is the long one, 7,200 feet.
American 2456 to Indy Center, good afternoon, sir. Squawk 7072 and IDAP.
If these visibility maintains the way it is, I may have to switch from real world weather, go into custom weather. Although I never like doing that. I keep things as accurate as possible.
American 2456, you are in contact 60 miles south and west of the Pocket City View Lock Level 370.
Just initiate a descent.
Status information Alpha is current at Indy.
Pattern was like 1869.
8033 Foxtrot, the Parchburg wind 270 at 6, runway 3, you're clear to land.
Runway 3, clear to land, November 8033 Foxtrot. Man, 270 and 6, runway 3. Okay. Put the heading bug to my wind direction. It's going to give me a visual indicator. We are going to be landing with a bit of a cross tailwind. Okay, well, I want to get myself a bit further out, give myself a bit longer of a base because we're going to have that wind pushing us.
It's 2872, your radar contact position as reported, descending at level 320, squawk 7305. 7305, River's 2872.
Indy Center, November 8033 Foxtrot, request.
Yes, sir.
Traffic permitting, we would like a stop and go runway 3 at Mid-Ohio, November 8033 Foxtrot.
November 8033 Foxtrot, your landing clearance is now void. You're cleared for the option runway 3.
Clear for the option, runway 3, November 8033 Foxtrot, thank you. Okay, I got power back. I gave myself a bit longer of a downwind so that we can get a bit more established on our approach with our tailwind here.
Everett's 2872, the low vol altimeter 3007, and would you like 35 left or 35 right? Copy the altimeter, can we get a 35 right for Everett's 2872? Roger, you can expect that.
Don't know about this one. Can we correct this? If we can correct it with less than a 30-degree bank, we might be all right. Approach speed 65.
American 2456, pilot's discretion descend via the Smook 2 arrival or runway 5 left to transition. Indianapolis altimeter 3012, but it's going to change here in just a minute.
God, rudder's so sensitive.
2456, it's 3013 now.
Let me see what I can do about my rudder real quick.
Cactus 1171, Roger, Louisville wind 300 at 10, on app grips 35 right clip takeoff.
Let's try that. I don't know if I went the right way or not. I went the opposite way where it was as far as the curve went. So it's either going to be better or it's going to be extremely oversensitive. One or the other. I guess we'll find out shortly. Okay. Let's configure for a short field landing or takeoff on this long field. Actually, let's treat it as a soft field.
For the traffic at Cincinnati,
even though we shouldn't have came to a stop.
Okay. The Cincinnati altimeter 3006.
Flaps 10. And tell you what, we're just going to kind of act like we're on the taxiway, and we're going to get kind of rolling. And we're treating this like a soft field, so once we're moving, we don't want to necessarily come to a stop before we take off. So I've got flaps 10 in, we've got plenty of runway. Okay, let's get going here. We've got that tailwind too we need to take into account. Bear with me while I check my rudder pedal here. Okay, let's try it more the other way.
Alright, Cactus 1171 is radar contact. Report altitude passing.
Alright, that'll work. Alright, here we go.
1171, thank you.
We're taxiing, we're taxiing. Alright, let's pull our nose back. Okay, here we go. Time to take off. Let's pull power. Oh, no.
Okay, thank you.
Something not right here.
Atlanta is offline. Radar service is terminated. Frequency change to advisories approved.
Well, I guess we're up. We need to fly in ground effect. God, I don't know what that was. Alright.
It's 2872, just to confirm, on it 10,000, 10,000.
With ground hand, I think it's more has to do with X-Plane's ground handling, because the real plane, it don't do that.
2872, on it 10,000, 10,000.
Let's go ahead and climb up. Clear obstacle. Level off here.
It's 2872, shortcut if you want it. You're cleared to direct Pegasus, which is on the right side there. And you can cross Pegasus at 4,000 forever. It's 2872.
Okay, it was 900 feet plus 1600, and then we'll go ahead and turn on course.
Center Southwest 425, climbing and maintaining 10,000. Next waypoint, hotel.
Next VOR is Clarksburg, 112.6.
425 in descent, good afternoon, climb and maintain, bubble tree, 50. 425, climb and maintain, flight level 350.
Looks like a heading of 100 is what we want to fly.
Make this 1171, you're cleared to Beckley, which is Bravo Kilo Whiskey.
I think we're going to stay at 2,000 as long as we can, just to try and stay out of that layer. Nuclear power plant, dead ahead.
Alpha 798, Roger. You can make a right turn on Sierra for runway 36 right. That's 425, plus stepway for 5 minutes. It's approved, report back, please. 425, we'll report back. Delta 2698, follow company traffic runway 36 right.
You're at 2,500 feet from departure, just west of New Jersey. Yeah, my computer must be doing something in the background here. Anytime X-Plane does a weather change, that's one thing I can't say I like about it. Every time it changes, it really bulks the FPS down. When I run Active Sky, you know, all those processes are done on another computer completely, so it just injects the weather. I think X-Plane actually stops and takes time.
2872 at Pegasus, report the field site if you can. Or actually at Pegasus, join the intercept the runway 35 right low class for that report.
Well, we just crossed over the Ohio River. We're getting some moisture.
Roger, the Sun's 91 tree 20 at 12 on FX 36 right, clear for takeoff. On the 1528, you can taxi the Juliet right on Sierra from my 36 right. Thank you.
Indianapolis Center, November 8033 Foxtrot. Again, 172 slant golf. We are now 8 miles east of the Parkersburg VOR, proceeding direct to the Clarksburg VOR, Charlie Kilo Bravo, and we would like VFR flight following 2,000 feet.
8033 Foxtrot, copy, stand by 1. It's 2698, 36 right, line up and wait. We're 8033 Foxtrot, squawk 6601, and Parkersburg altimeter is 3002.
Squawk 6601 and 3002, November 8033 Foxtrot, thank you.
Thank you. Clear visual approach, runway 35 right, the wind 330 and 1035 right, cleared to land. Up to 2698, 36 right, line of light. Delta 798, you are radar contact report, altitude passing. The 798, roger. Turn right, turn heading 090, expect the Lexington here just a few minutes. 798, climb and maintain 13,000, 13,000. For 8033 Fox, trying to get your radar contact 10 miles south and east of the Parkersburg VOR 2200.
Roger, November 8033 Fox, chop position checks.
Flight 180. The 26 and 98, the Cincinnati 1320 and 12, RNAV HAG 36, right here, cleared for takeoff. $1528, squawk 4 Charlie. The 798, clear direct Lexington, resume nav, climb and maintain, Bravo tree 70. Direct Lexington up to 370, look for 798.
Yeah, I'd say we're still at least 500 above the ground. Out here, I think it'll be alright. I really just want to stay out of that layer above us.
2456,
So
are
you
you
can see what
able
2500
to
looks like.
direct weigh in?
Let's climb up 2500.
Alpha, Yankee November. Tell me ILS for 35 left.
Alright, 2500. How's this look? Yeah, let's stay here.
456 Roger, clear direct Wayne, cross Wayne at 4000. The 2698, your radar contact, report altitude passing. The 2698, climb maintain 1, 3000, 13,000. Delta 1528, lock mode Charlie, the wind is Cincinnati 320 at 10 on impact 36.
Ground speed's 113, indicating 120 miles per hour. Our fuel is still looking good. I'm going to go ahead and switch us over to the left tank right now. Still tracking our VOR.
I'm sorry, Southwest 425, repeat again. 425, see my squawk.
Alright, let's talk about Cheat River. And to make things simple, I'm just going to go ahead and bring up my briefing on the event. It's got all of your
2698, clear direct flight
information on it.
Hotel Yankee Kilo, resume on nav. Direct Lexington, Delta 26. Emirates 2872, welcome to Louisville and Lincoln Park.
Okay.
Affirmative, and let's see. You make a no. Let's see. Next left, and
Morgantown
then
VOR
back
or
on
Kessel
Delta
VOR.
and across on. Left on Delta, and then another right onto
Okay,
Golf.
there's the Morgantown VOR, which is going to be a little bit north for us. Field elevation is 1,412 feet.
Delta 2698, climb and maintain even level 350.
Pattern elevation is 2,700 MSL.
Contact report altitude.
And you'll find out why when we get there, but it is to clear, be high enough to clear the ridge.
Maintain 1, 3,000, 13,000.
Arrival runway is runway 30, and departure runway is runway 12. We're not to be using any of the other runways during the fly-in. Arrival is 30, departure is 12.
Are you able to proceed direct Pegasus?
And since we are coming from the west, we're going to be using a 45-degree entry to the left downwind above the ridge.
Clear direct Pegasus, cross
So
Pegasus.
we're not going to be down in the valley at this point. We're going to continue downwind until we're about 2 nautical miles southeast of the field, and then we're going to make a left final approach, placing the river to our left. And then as we initiate the 2-mile final, we'll begin to fly down and eventually into the valley. And as we do, we're going to keep the river on our left and stay reasonably and safely tight to the mountain on the right. Then approximately 0.5 nautical miles out, we'll be flying a 350-degree heading, and then the beam the bridge, runway 30 will come into view. And it's going to have a white threshold marking, and we're going to continue flying 350 and make a coordinated left 45 degree to come over the river and land. Do not attempt to land on runway 36. It is only...
Number 80 True Foxtrot, contact Cleveland Center 119.87, 1987, take care.
119.87, November 8033 Foxtrot. Thank you for your service. Have a great day.
Yes, sir. 1528, flighting 090, climb and maintain level 370. 54, flying runway heading, your maintain 3, cleared for takeoff. Clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway 23, fly runway heading, Star Fox 4. Listen, 1283, runway 28 left, cleared to land, wind 300 at 11.
Cleveland Center, November 8033 Foxtrot, checking in, 2,500.
Cleveland 183, runway 28 left, cleared to land.
Southwest, 183, west, right clear lane, left clear lane, sir.
8033 Foxtrot, Cleveland Center, Clarksburg, altimeter 3000.
000, November 033 Foxtrot.
Cleveland Center, United 4033, just want to make sure I didn't miss a handoff. 4033, connect Boston Center 134.7. 1347 for 4033. Ryder, Romeo Papa, Ryder clearance for Vice
Runway 36 is only 1,245 feet and has no room for a safe go around.
Romeo Papa, cleared to the Foxtrot, Romeo Golf.
Used as a taxiway during the flying. If you're comfortable with the approach, do not force a landing, simply go around by climbing and following the river valley. Okay? We may have to go around, we don't know yet.
10,000, report to the squad 106.
Bernardo, Romeo Papa, read back correct, runway 32, advise RD2 taxi.
32 will call you here in a second. Right now, the sound of the midline.
707, descend to maintain 17,000, Buffalo, altimeter 2992.
I'm just trying to follow this easement cut out. I don't know if it's a power line easement. I'm just trying to follow that to maintain a straight track towards the VOR we're following.
And at 1625, at Cleveland, Gate Bravo 7, information Lima going to Denver.
At 1625, Cleveland Center cleared to the Denver Airport, Great Lake for departure, Yarborough transition as filed. Climb via the SID, squawk 5771.
The Great Lakes departure, Yarborough transition as filed. Climb via the SID 5771.
The 1625 that may be correct, runway 24 left, advisory to taxi. Cleveland Center, good day, Delta 2479, follow 380. 2479, Cleveland Center, Roger.
So we're going to land past the official event ends time, and that's alright. I had it slated from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern. So we're a little bit over. It's fine. That goes for anybody that's flying.
Bridge Tango Mike, fly runway heading runway 23, clear for takeoff. Heading runway 23, clear for takeoff to Tango Mike.
Technically, the event is for real live flying. It's the whole weekend. I couldn't necessarily run a whole event for the whole weekend. You know, although that would have been kind of cool to see how many were flying over the whole weekend.
Correct to the Genesee VOR and climb maintain flight of 370 Star Fox 54. Bird 104 Romeo Papa, runway 32, taxi via Quebec, cross circuit. Runway 32, join Delta, hold short of runway 23.
Alright, Quebec, cross,
It is possible to step away for 10 minutes now for 2479. On the 2479, I'm going to be closing up soon. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved. Okay, thanks. Making sure you put it down 2479.
Yeah, figures. When our FPS drops below a certain amount, and right now it's due to all these clouds and all this rain, it kicks us off of VATSIM because we're no longer flying in real time.
Southwest 1283 taxi by Foxtrot Victor, cross runway 28 center.
And there it picks back up again. So it seems like any time on X-Plane live weather, once the weather changes, it takes a while to process that, come back up. It's the only thing I can think.
Bernardo Romeo Papa, better contact the climb and maintain flight level 370. You can turn left direct to Jamestown.
lot of speed back there.
425 Cleveland, roger. Bernardo Romeo Papa, cross runway 23. Roger. November 2 Tango Mike, radar contact cleared to direct to Jamestown, Honda maintain flight level 370. Flight level 370, direct Jamestown to Tango Mike.
Plus 425, I'm actually heading to Crossroads here.
Canada 707, connect Toronto Center 125.77. 16130, connect Boston Center 134.7.
347, Southwest 6130, have a nice weekend.
Man, this is some
534,
sketchiness. I don't know if I want to retain live water for the duration of this trip, especially going down into the valley and Cheat River.
Heavy, runway 22, taxi via Charlie. Taxi via Charlie. 2989. Bernardo Romeo Papa, fly runway heading, runway 32, cleared for takeoff.
If I'm in a cloud like that, use sort of an inverted V-type scan. By looking at these three, that tells me everything I need to know about the attitude of my aircraft.
Bernardo Romeo Papa, better contact sailed. Bernardo Romeo Papa, thanks. Turn right to 09.
Looks like we got about 41 nautical miles to go until we get there.
So 3567 Cleveland Center, roger. I'm going to be closing soon. You can hear the count 122, put in. Bernardo Romeo Papa, clear to direct jet. Flight to maintain flight level 250.
Alright, airspeed 120 miles per hour, indicating 113. Oil pressure, oil temperature, both still good. Suction's looking good. Cruising right along, maybe 2,600 feet, heading towards the Clarksburg VOR.
Cleveland Center United 1625, taxi from Bravo 7. 1625, runway 24 left, taxi via Juliet, Juliet 6 Lima. Juliet 6 Lima for 1625.
And then outbound from Clarksburg VOR, I want to fly heading 085.
Cleared for takeoff.
7.5 DME from the Clarksburg VOR. And then we're gonna
Last Delta in 5.2 miles.
and we're gonna track that outbound to get to Cheat River. I'm already in contact with ATC, so and that's across Delta. I really don't need to request any sort of transition. As far as Bridgeport goes, Clarksburg.
Cleveland Center, hello. Go 1897, flight level 30 on Quebec 95.
1897, Cleveland Center, roger. Good 1625 heavy, runway 24 left.
Let's take up 24 left here, 1625.
Fox 64, connect Boston Center 134.7.
Alright, 3.4 DME.
Papa, connect Boston 134.7, see ya.
Cruise cleared up 1897, please step away for about 20 minutes.
1897, I'm closing, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
134.7, this is our Fox 64, sorry I didn't hear you first time. Good, 1625 airport at 2000 for 14,000.
1.6. Gets harder to track once we get closer to it.
KLM 360, 1625. Cleveland 1625, then an unrestricted climb, but you need the 6000.
It's unrestricted. 2589, connect Boston Center 134.7.
Wonder if we'll be able to see it.
134.7, thank you very much, good night. Yeah, Golf from Guelph, Tango Whiskey, closing, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Great, thanks.
Tango, Tango Whiskey, Number 2, Tango Mike, I'm closing, frequency change approved.
Covered, you're gonna have to take a mic.
There it is, HWR.
Southwest 425, I'm closing, frequency change approved, soon. Number 33, Foxtrot, I'm closing, Squawk can maintain VFR, frequency change approved.
Squawk maintain VFR, frequency change approved. Thank you for your service. Have a good day. November 233 Foxtrot.
1625, I'm closing, frequency change approved, having.
Alright, 085 is the heading we want to fly outbound. double check our cruise checklists here. Power, mixture, instruments, we're looking good there. Let's switch over to the right fuel tank.
River traffic, 423 Charlie Lima, entering left downwind, runway 30. Full stop landing, Cheat River.
It's one of the Virtual USA Flying Club members, as well as a member of the Pilot Club. I'm going to set the autopilot for just a little bit. Let's see. I'm just going to set on an altitude hold and a heading hold. Sometimes I sit here too long, shoulder gets a little sore. I think I'm not in the most ergonomically correct position too to maintain my hand on the throttle. I think I actually need to be a little bit lower. I tried to build this thing as exactly to scale as I could, but it's all improvisation. Now I have access to the real aircraft again, so I might actually take some measurements and either redo it, or my other plan was to just move it onto an actual 172 fuselage.
Cheat River traffic, 423 Charlie Lima's on final, runway 30.
Alright, should be fun. How are we doing? We're at 9.2 DME from the VOR.
Cheat River traffic, 423 Charlie Lima, vacated the runway.
Nice. Alright, hate to do this, but while the navigator is flying the plane, I do need to magically just step out for a moment. I'm going to refill my water, and I will be right back. Everything should be good. As long as we don't get a big wind shear, the navigator should be alright flying the aircraft. I will we'll be right back with you.
Traffic 423 Charlie Lima, back taxi runway 30 to parking, Cheat River.
Clear runway 21 at 900 feet, departing to the southwest. Last call, field traffic.
Uh-oh, I fear we may have encountered another weather change. So let's go ahead and reconnect to VATSIM. Thank you, M. Stein, for pointing that out. Okay, let's see where we're at. Alright, we are 17 DME out of the VOR there. So we've probably got, what do we got, 11 nautical miles to go? Okay. Tell you what, give me back my plane. Let's get our seatbelt back on. Looks like we might be clearing up a little bit too. Alright, autopilot off. My plane. Positive control. Yes, I do. Okay. I spent a lot of time updating the water OSM data around Cheat River Island, so that is going to give us a good visual for our approach. We actually have water. Alright, let's go follow this road. I know where this road will dump us out at. So we're gonna go up here and grab it.
Cheat River traffic, Cessna 394 Alpha Mike is 10 miles to the northeast at 1500. Excuse me, at 2500. And inbound for a full stop runway 30, Cheat River traffic.
We're gonna try it for the first try. Dizzy Plate, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Cheat River traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot is 10 miles west. We're going to be joining at 45. We've got a left downwind, runway 30, Cheat River traffic. Okay, here's my road I want to follow. I'm really kind of anxious and excited to see how many pilots we actually got to land today.
500.
I tried to promote it as much as I could. This isn't looking good. Come on, just stop raining already. Alright, pattern altitude is 2,700 feet. We are at 3,000 now. Hopefully we don't hit anything. Don't want to go to climb up much higher as close as we are. Don't want to go much lower right now either. I can kind of see the ground. Yep. Alright, I've got the river in sight. Sweet, just stay like that. Cheat Cheat River traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot is joining the 45 for left downwind, runway 30, Cheat River. Right, 2,700 feet should keep me on top of the ridge here. Let's get a positive ID on our airfield. There it is, down there, on our left. Alright, we're at 2,700 feet, and then, let's see, we were going to fly a heading of 350. Once we're about 2 nautical miles southeast, I guess we'll start a descent. Let's pull this power back, get this carb heat on, we're out of our green arc. Okay. Looks like a nice open area. Let's go ahead and use it. We're gonna kind of turn and descend down into the valley here. Cheat River traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot, 2 mile final approach, Cheat River.
Cheat River traffic, Cessna 304 Alpha Mike is entering the 45 for the downwind for runway 30, Cheat River.
Alright, slow our roll here. Main flaps 10. Alright, there's a red roof house. It's one of our VFR landmarks. Runway's in sight. Transition. All right. Keep our nose, some back pressure on our nose wheel. Let's not come to a stop. Cheat River traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot, clear the runway, Cheat River. Let's turn back around here and watch our next person come in. M. Stein, I appreciate that.
Cheat River traffic, Cessna 394 Alpha Mike, 2 mile final for runway 30 Cheat River.
My journey to PPL. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay. Should be able to get a decent view of the approach from here. My journey to PPL. Thank you so much for your subscription and your support of the channel. I greatly appreciate it. I too myself am on a journey towards PPL. Check ride is imminent within the next month or so. Right, while we're here on the ground, let's get our carpet off. Let's reset trim back for takeoff. Let's lean out a little bit while we're on the ground. Set our parking brake. There he is. Nice. As long as you stop. Nice landing, Alpha Mike.
Thank you, sir.
Cheat River traffic, November 8033 Foxtrot, back taxi, runway 30, Cheat River. With our parking brake off, we'll back taxi, how about that?
Cheat River traffic, Cessna 4 Alpha Mike, clear of 30 Cheat River.
This white tent here is where the field ATC hangs out. That's where, for all intents and purposes, your ground and tower controller. There's generally a couple quads that sit over there. So we'll go over here and park in front of the hangar and shut down. I'm gonna leave X-Plane going though, because I'm gonna get a photo and send it to the Cheat River crew. Let's go over here. works there. Yeah, let me go over here a bit more. Fisher, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It is available on the xplane.org forum. And I did make it available for versions 11 and 12. Okay, let's go ahead and shut things down. We'll secure our aircraft. We'll head over to the hangar there. Where are we at? Where are we at? Pre-landing, landing, after landing. Flaps are up. Car feeds off. Let's get our strobes off. Landing light off. Pitot heat we didn't need. Turn trim was reset for takeoff. And transponders VFR. Okay. Avionics are going on. G5's going down. Mixture's gonna go to lean. Max to off. Master to off. Parking brake on. Alright, I think that's it. Are we ready to make a run to the hangar? Alright, I will see you back at the hangar over there.
Alright, well, hope you didn't get too wet running over here from the plane. That was fun. That was fun. I enjoyed that one. I do want to thank everyone that took the opportunity to come and hang out today, and I do want to thank everyone that took the opportunity to fly the event today with the Virtual USA Flying Club. Once I get a total head count, I'm going to send that information over to the guys at Cheat River for exclusive bragging rights. So yeah, quick recap of our route. Let's see here. Let's see if I can do it like this. There we go. That's a bit better. Departed out of Morrow County. And then I wanted to practice the ILS 22 approach at Zanesville, which is included a DME arc. So we grabbed the initial fix. Well, we grabbed a fix. The initial fix was down here, I think. A-mail. But we grabbed a fix. We did our best to maintain 12 DME coming off of the Zanesville VOR. We were under the hood, had to go missed when we popped out. We were not great. Decided to do a go around, and from there flew a Victor route from the Zanesville VOR down to the Parkersburg VOR for a full stop landing at Mid-Ohio Valley Regional. Then from there departed out of Mid-Ohio Valley and tracked the Clarksburg VOR to set us up for approach into Cheat River Island. So I thought it was a great flight. I could have done without the weather, but again, to try and keep things as realistic as possible, I wanted to use live weather. We did hit some IMC conditions, but overall, I still think it was a great event. I think that's it. Let me hop over to the Virtual USA Flying Club Discord real quick, and we'll see if we can't get an event total whenever it decides to start up here. Okay. And we landed at 17, we'll just call it 1700 Zulu. No, it would be 2100 Zulu. Okay, so I've got to date, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 participants. 14 people flew into the Virtual USA Flying Club's Cheat River event, coinciding with the Cheat River fly-in. So that really kind of tickles me. I do want to give a quick thank you to Mike DeBose, who came in with an offline follow overnight last night at some time, and new follows today from My Journey to PPL and Dizzy Plate. So thank you so much for those new follows, and M Stein coming in with a gift subscription to the channel as well. So I do appreciate that continued support, M Stein. So, hope everyone had fun. Got a mock oral examination here in a little bit, and probably in about 2 hours or so I'm going to take a bit of a break. But again, I do want to thank everyone for coming in and hanging out. Let me see here. How's I doing? Okay. Yeah, I do want to thank everyone for coming in and hanging out. It's been a pleasure. It's been a great event. So yeah, probably won't see me again until Monday evening. I'm taking tomorrow off, but yeah, I think that's it. I do want to thank everyone again, and I know I say that a lot, but I do appreciate each and every one that takes the time out of your day. You know, you have a plethora of choices to entertain you on Twitch, so I do appreciate everyone coming in and hanging out. So let's see who we can continue your Saturday Flight Sim entertainment with today. Doesn't look like anybody else is flying our event. So we will go and raid. We will go and raid Iron Condor Simulations. Looks like he's flying an X-Craft E-Jet in X-Plane 12. Again, if you're new, feel free to give the channel a follow. If you've come back to see me, I do greatly appreciate it. For the YouTube viewers, I do appreciate you taking the time as well. I know I don't interact with you a lot because the live streaming is done on Twitch, but I do appreciate all your likes and comments on the videos there. Okay, that is it for me. Let's go raid Iron Condor Simulations. So until our next regularly unscheduled flight, I hope you all take care and stay safe. And we'll see you on the next one. Been my pleasure.